Good morning and welcome at the second day of ISIM Swim Conference. I am Murogan Luciana from the Military Technical Academy in Bucharest, and I have the pleasure to welcome you today. So as our first guest is already online, I'll be short with my presentation of myself. So it's Professor Paul Bogdan from the University of Southern California, Los Angeles, United States. Paul Bogdan is the Jack München Early Career Chair and Associate Professor in the Ming Haish Department of Electrical and Computer Engineering at University of Southern California. He received his PhD degree in Electrical and Computer Engineering at Carnegie Mellon University. His work has been recognized with a number of honors and distinctions, including the 2021 DoD Trusted Artificial Intelligence Challenge Award and the USC Stevens Center 2021 Technology Advancement Award for the first AI framework for SARS-CoV-2 vaccine design. The 2019 Defense Advanced Research Project Agency, so DARPA, Director's Fellowship Award, the 2018 IEEE SEDA Ernest K. Early Career Award, the 2017 DARPA Young Faculty Award, the 2017 Okawa Foundation Award, the 2015 National Science Foundation Career Award, the 2020 Jordan Award from Carnegie Mellon University for an outstanding PhD thesis and service, and several Best Paper Awards, so a lot of awards. His research interests include cyber-physical systems, new computational cognitive neuroscience tools for pursuing biological intelligence, the control of complex time-varying networks, and design methodologies for heterogeneous many-core systems. So, Bogdan, Paul, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you very much for the invitation and good morning, everyone. Please let me know if you can hear me well. And if there are any questions, please tell me anytime. So if there are no complaints, then I will proceed. So I decided to discuss today some of our work on how we can construct the so-called artificial intelligence for science. And we will focus on how we can discover governing equations or governing laws for data. For the most part, I'll refer to time series, but we will see that we will also deal with images, particularly related to one application from neuroscience, but we'll see about that soon. So the discussion that we'll have today, we'll structure it on three parts. I will start with a brief motivation about why we need to discover governing equations. Then I will introduce a concept that we have pioneered, which is called multi-wavelets neural operator within the context of artificial intelligence. It is actually based on a couple of basic mathematical concepts, such as vanishing moments, orthogonal polynomials, and so on. But I'll have very little time to go into those details. And then I will conclude the presentation by showing some applications related to how we can forecast epidemics or pandemic events, as well as how we can infer objectives from neuronal systems. So I think within this community, there is very little that we should motivate. But nevertheless, I will start with the fact that it is important to discover equations not only for designing better wings for airplanes, but also for understanding microbial communities and how they affect our health, how we can forecast pandemics, as we'll see soon, or something that is very close to my heart is how we can understand neurons and how neurons interact with glia in order to allow us to learn from very, very young ages, and most importantly, generalize. And if we understand how biological neurons can do that, hopefully we'll also be able to infuse that in artificial intelligence. So One application that motivated us was the fact that we designed a three-dimensional convolutional neural network that takes as input an MRI image of this sort that we see here on the top of the slide, and then predicts the age of the brain. Now, this is a very important problem because you would likely want to discover soon when a person will have a certain neurological disorder like Alzheimer, or even better, if you can detect mild cognitive impairment very, very early on and take certain proactive measures. So, what was impressive about this architecture was that it was capable of taking these MRI images and predict with a mean absolute error of about 2 years the age of the brain. So the age of the brain is usually very, very different from the chronological one, and it's much better if we look from this image younger. It's much worse if we look older. One other application is related to how we can infer the model of computation from very sparse measurements about the brain. So imagine that this blurb of nodes and edges represents the brain of a monkey. But for some reason, we can, and for obvious reasons, we can only monitor a small number of neurons. In this particular case, I take the extreme case that we can only listen to this dot, which is representing one neuron. We can get to this, we can get its voltage profile and its spike trains, and we will construct a model that we call neuron particles, but essentially is actually a fractional partial differential equation of this sort, where if we have time, we can go in more details, but we know nothing about the rest of the brain. So this is very, very ill-posed and very difficult problem. But what is interesting is that by learning the partial differential equation that describes this spike train, we are capable of saying something about how these neurons are connected, and even more important, we can say something about the type of computation and the behavior that the brain is exhibiting. So I will skip the details, but I will show you one one case study that we have investigated. So in this particular case, this is a traditional neuroscience experiment where the neuroscientists take a certain monkey. The monkey is asked to perform the following experiment. So basically, he's looking at this screen. On the screen, there are two dots, the red and the green dot. These will be the targets. And then there are a population of black dots that are continuously and randomly moving on this screen. And after a period of time, these points will collectively decide to go either left or right. That would correspond to a so-called go signal. And what we want to do, we want to predict whether the monkey will fixate its eyes on the right or the left, on the red or the green targets. Now, this has been investigated in computational neuroscience for some time with formulas that is based on Poisson point processes, which ignores the memory of the neuronal signals. It uses a lot of data, and what we did was to take this data and ask the question whether we can use very little data to predict where the monkey is looking at. So these are some of the preliminary results to motivate us. And while there are three plots on this slide, I would recommend that we focus our attention on the picture in the middle. So this picture shows the accuracy of predicting where the monkey will fixate or on which target the monkey will look at. And what is very, very important is to predict as early as possible, meaning on this part of the left-hand side, because later in time, you can actually look at the position of the eyes and you can see where the monkey actually fixates, whether it looks to the left or looks to the right. Now, what is interesting is that the Poisson point processes, which in this case, formulas, which in this case will be termed as firing rate, attains this particular accuracy given by the red curve, and it uses about 100 units slightly more than 100 neurons, because it's very hard to pinpoint when you place a certain sensor that you will place the sensor exactly on one neuron. You usually place it on multiple neurons. And then for the other model, which we call particles, which is based on the fractional order differential equation that we have seen on the previous slide, and from which we'll use the two coefficients alpha and beta, we'll use just one unit. So just to remember, we'll use very, very little data. We could say that 100 times less data. What is interesting is that this fractional partial differential equation will help us predict where the monkey is looking at much, much earlier and with higher accuracy. So with that, I think we motivated why it's important to learn partial differential equations. Now, in the context of artificial intelligence for discovering partial differential equations, we have to recall this prior work of Georgios Kaniadakis. The literature or the relevant papers are listed at the bottom, and please feel free to email me, and I can provide you with more references. But this concept of physics-inspired neural networks is having a drawback. So while it relies on a neural network that finds a mapping between these variables x and t and a particular PDE, it actually requires the structure of the partial differential equations to be known. So this raises a number of challenges, and this motivated us to formulate the following three questions. So one question that we started with was, can we look at the data? Can we exploit the geometry of the data, certain mathematical properties of the data, so that we can learn the partial differential equation without requiring knowledge about its structure, its type of operators, and so on and so on. The second question was, can we learn this partial differential equation and its associated operators from very scarce and noisy data? And a third equation, which has a lot of relevance in artificial intelligence, especially in the context of constructing the artificial general intelligence, or one AI that is capable to generalize almost as well as a human being, would be if we can learn at a certain low resolution, meaning from very, very few samples, could be very, very noisy, and we are able to make prediction forecasts at a higher resolutions and so on. So that would be the generalization that we are talking about today, will be way weaker than other forms of generalization that we are talking about in machine learning, like transfer learning and so on. Essential for understanding how we will proceed is exactly as we proceed in a physics class when we try to derive an equation from first principles. So right here, we'll start with the question of how we can quantify the probability that we find the system in a state or configuration X at time t. And while there are these two parameters, alpha and beta, those two are connected with the previous model that we talked about for predicting the behavior of the monkey. But for the time being, let's ignore these two coefficients. So by using the total probability theorem, we can express this probability in terms of an initial condition, and then integrate from the initial time to the current time a probability multiplied by a kernel function, which is the essential part. Now you can see that we have deliberately split the kernel function into two terms, because in the general case, these two distributions of the positive and the negative increments may be characterized by two distributions, and this can actually have can be very important for a particular application, like inferring the type of network that is established between neurons or between neurons and other cells in the brain. Now we can take this intuition and we can generalize it to a number of variables, as we can see here. So we can write the probability of finding the system in a configuration characterized by n variables, x1, x2, all the way to xn. And now we also have this n-dimensional, actually n+1 dimensional kernel function. At first glance, learning this PD in this integral form seems to be very hard because we need to have data about this kernel function. But like I said, it is essential to think about the mathematical properties that the data can exhibit and not be disillusioned by the fact that we have very little data. So, like I said, and maybe one intuition that we have from when we solve partial differential equations is that the solution can be expressed in terms of orthogonal polynomials. Now, this is a very good intuition that we should preserve because we can use orthogonal polynomials as basis, and that will give us suggestions that we can use a multi-wavelet representation of the kernel function. And that is actually what this animation at the bottom of the slide will try to convey, that instead of trying to learn the kernel function in the original domain where we do not have enough data, we could take whatever data we have and we could try to learn the sparse representation of the kernel in the multi-wavelet domain, where you can see here that there are certain patches or small squares of black color, which represent the non-zero elements in the multi-wavelet representation, and the white space basically represents things that are zero and can be ignored. So with that intuition, let's review how we can construct a multi-wavelet neural operator. So by the neural operator, we mean a neural network that establishes a mapping function between two Sobolev spaces, in this case A and U. Like we have seen from the previous slides, we will look at integral kernels because these are solutions of many master equations or PDEs that we are dealing in mathematical physics. But we will also see that it is sometimes relevant, especially in the case of initial value problems, to deal with exponential operators. But for that, we will have to deal with a different architecture. From a mathematical perspective, we will have to make certain assumptions. So we assume that the kernel function is either smooth or it is smooth and admits a finite number of singularities. And you may remember the Calderon-Sigmund operator, which exactly satisfies this criteria. So this picture again conveys the strategy of starting with a kernel function, which we do not necessarily know. We just have certain data. And right here, we assume that we look at two scales, that these can be generalized. So we'll use two measures, mu0 and mu1. And then using these fixed matrices, H0 and H1, G0 and G1, we will project actually the kernel on three matrix components, A0, B0, and C0, and at this particular scale, or A1, B1, and C1 at another finer scale. So I think it's very important to see how this multi-wavelet decomposition works and what is good for. So we look at problems where we would like to take the data that was obtained under different unknown forcing functions, and we would like to learn and solve the partial differential equations corresponding to these cases. Or in other situations, we may have data that was generated from a certain PD. Again, the structure of the PD is not known, but what is more important, also the coefficients of the PD may change, maybe space or time varying. And we want to learn and solve such PDs. And a third case, which probably has more practical relevance, would be that we would like to learn the PDs when we are given the initial condition. And we'll see a couple of examples related to Navier-Stokes equation. So let's start from a simple example. We start with the Korteweg-de Vries equation, which we can see at the top of the slide. We know that this equation have been used to investigate the one-dimensional waves um, um, and um, and it has its benefits, but is mostly didactic because it doesn't capture certain properties like killer waves and so on. But this is a good example to test the multi-wavelength neural architecture. So the problem that we will study would be the following. We assume that we are given u0 of x, basically at t equal to 0, and we will be given some data, um, uh, basically certain trajectories. We would like to learn the PDE and then provide the solution of the PDE at t equal to 1. Again, right here we have just two trajectories that were obtained from a Gaussian random field, but similar things can be generated and tested. So let's focus our attention first on the first two plots at the top of the slide. So on the left-hand side, we had the initial condition, which for the time being, we can ignore it because we just discussed it. And on the right-hand side, we have the solution to the problem that we were looking at. So we wanted to find the solution of the PDE at t equal to 1. Now, in this plot, the dotted line represents the solution that was obtained through classical methods or numerical methods like finite element and so on. There is another method that was developed at the same time as the multi-wavelength neural operator, which is called the Fourier neural operator. It was developed by Anima Anand Kumar at Caltech. And we can see from this plot that while for the most part it's almost good, it has certain deviations, like in this case or this case. Now, what is nice is that the multi-wavelength neural operator with the Legendre polynomials can capture very, very well the trend, and it doesn't exhibit this outlier or these spikes that we see for the Fourier neural operator. Now, there could be certain questions that we can ask, like one obvious question would be like, if you increase the number of modes, the Fourier modes for the Fourier neural operator, or if you increase the number of basis functions for the multi-wavelength neural operator, which one will perform better? And at the same time, if you were to increase or add a certain type of noise to the initial condition, how that will affect the result for this neural operator architecture. So that's the reason for which we have this plot here on the right-hand side at the bottom of the slide, where we can see the L2 error as a function of lambda. Lambda basically controls the magnitude of the fluctuations that are injected in the initial condition. And we see that for the Fourier neural operator, as you increase the number of modes, there is a saturation point beyond which this does not improve. While for the multi-wavelength neural operator, even for lower modes, it performs about 10x better than the Fourier neural operator. Now, this is good, but the next question is, what do you do in situations where you have very little data about the experiment? So that's what we have investigated here. So we again started with an initial condition, but we assume that we are only given data at a very low resolution, like the scale of 256. We actually want to take this data, we want to place it in the neural network, we want to learn the partial differential equation, and then we want to solve and provide a solution at a very fine grain scale, like in this case 8192. And the best way is to look at this plot here on the right hand side, where we see the comparison between the numerical methods, which are given by the dotted line, and the multi-wavelet neural operator with the Legendre polynomial, which is given by the continuous line. So in conclusion, while in this plot we have not inserted the Fourier neural operator because it will clutter the plot, the multi-wavelength neural operator provides better performance, and it actually solves this problem of super resolution, in this case providing about 6x improvement. Another question we might ask, like, okay, it was working for Korteweg-de Vries equation, but what about other equations? and in this case is just another type of equation which we also can investigate. So in this particular case, what we have done, again, we considered that we are given the initial condition and we are given certain trajectories. The problem is to learn the PD and then to compare the solution at a certain point in time with the numerical method. So on the right hand side, we have investigated this over different scales, and the conclusion is that the multi-wavelet neural operator with the Legendre polynomials as basis performs better. It's about 10x better than the Fourier neural operator. One observation is that it is important how you choose the orthogonal polynomial, because if you do not choose the carefully, like in this case we have experimented with Chebyshev polynomial, then these gains might not be there. So in this particular case, the multi-wavelet neural operator with the Chebyshev polynomials are performing as good or as bad as the Fourier neural operator. So you can see that the orange and the green curves are almost overlapping. Now switching gears to another problem, so the problem of giving giving some data and actually trying to find the mapping between the space of coefficients like A of x and the space of solutions of the PD U of x. So basically, once we can learn this from the data, we can easily, if we make a change in the parameters A, then we can give the solution. We have again extended and investigated the multi-wavelet neural operator and compared with the Fourier neural operator, and we have observed that the multi-wavelet operator with the Legendre polynomial performs best, provides the smallest error, but again we have to be careful how we choose the orthogonal polynomials, because if we choose at random, then this will give the worst performance. Like I said earlier, a more interesting approach would be to look at Navier-Stokes equations, because these are relevant for studying turbulence, especially in the context of aerospace, mechanical engineering, as well as microbial communities. There are extensions to deal with non-Newtonian liquids and so on. So the case study that we have investigated assume that we are given a set of data for a period of time, like we see here on the left-hand side, and we ask the multi-wavelet neural operator to perform a forecast for a period of time. Obviously, this t cannot be too much, so it cannot be 10 times the order of the data that is given. So on the first set of experiments, we'll see the case of low turbulence, where on this slide we'll see two samples from our case studies, but with a code that is available online, anyone can generate thousands of such trajectories. The first two plots on the left-hand side show the initial conditions. The two plots in the middle show the ground truth, and the two plots on the right-hand side will show the solution that is obtained with the multi-wavelet neural operator using the Legendre orthogonal polynomials. So I will start the movie, and you will see that as time progresses, there is very little difference between the ground truth and this multi-wavelet neural operator. We can also see here on the left-hand side two comparisons. So one comparison is at the level of the sample or the trajectory, and the second is at the level of averaging over thousands of such trajectories. And we can see that in both cases, the multi-wavelet neural operator performs much better than the Fourier neural operator. Another, so we have seen the analysis done at in the case of low turbulence. Another analysis that probably would be more important would be the case of high turbulence. And again, it will be the same setup as before, except that we will study high turbulence, and we can see more chaotic behavior in these pictures. And the same conclusion we have seen here, we can see here from the graphs on the right-hand side, that the multivariate neural operator performs much better than the Fourier neural operator. Okay, so with that, I'll switch gears and I'll focus on the initial value problem, where the problem is not only that we are given an initial condition and we want to learn the PD, but we actually want to forecast, and that will imply that we have to say something, or we have to compute an exponential operator, and so we have to deal with a nonlinear trend. So what we did, of course, we can take an exponential and try to use a Taylor series, but that will have certain problems. But as we know from control theory, a much better approach would be to use the Padé approximation. So Padé approximation uses the ratio between certain polynomials. What we would like here to do, we would like to have these polynomials replaced by a neural network, and that's what we did. So what we see here on the left-hand side is a recurrent neural network, which has the same coefficients as the recurrent neural network that we see here on the right-hand side. So the only difference are these constants B1, B2, BQ, which are learned from the data. And then this will go through a nonlinear activation through a nonlinear layer with a ReLU activation function that will go into this recurrent neural network implementing the polynomial at the numerator. So let's see how this performs on a case study, kind of relevant to what we have experienced. So we have considered the case of SARS-CoV-2 pandemic, consisting of number of cases that were confirmed, number of infected individuals that recovered, and number of people that have died for each state in the United States. And this actually makes the problem very difficult because there are very few samples in time, but a lot of variables in space. So if the question that we tried to answer was that if we are given data for about 2 weeks, can we predict what will happen with the pandemic in the next 1 week or the next 2 weeks, and so on. So in this table, we summarize a couple of approaches. I will not have, and I do not want to go through all the methods. We will mainly focus on two methods that perform the best. One is the Padé neural operator that we just discussed. And the second one is the so-called sequence-to-sequence, which has been also quite famous in natural language processing and so on. So what we can see is that both the Padé neural operator and the sequence-to-sequence give kind of the best performance, except that the Padé neural operator requires significantly smaller number of parameters, like in this case about 600,000 parameters, while the sequence-to-sequence requires about 1.8 million parameters. Now, it's probably better to look at certain predictions or certain forecasts, and in this case, we have the forecast done for the state of California and the state of Massachusetts. And in certain situations, both the Padé neural operator and the sequence-to-sequence coincide or agree, but in certain situations they have very different behavior. So with that, I will move towards the last topic that I want to cover, which is about how we could infer objectives and learn what a population of neurons want to do. So for that, in many situations, we would like to learn from the data that is given 2 or 3 coupled PDs. So we took the Fourier neural operator that we have discussed before, and you may remember now that we have projected through the matrices A and G a kernel on 3 matrices, A, B, and C. So that would be one multi-wavelength neural operator that tries to learn one PD, and then we have used the power of randomization, and you can see these two dice that are thrown. Actually, they are meant to be thrown and decide whether first we want to learn from the data one partial differential equation and then exchange whatever we learn from this PD to the second PD shown at the bottom, or no, switch and first learn the second PD and then inform the first PD and iterate until we satisfy a certain tolerance. So that's kind of the strategy that we have implemented. And on this slide, I will describe the practical application. So in the context of large games, we have invented around 2006, is actually thanks to two French mathematicians, Pierre Lasry and Lyon, the so-called concept of mean field games. These mean field games are very popular. They have been tested in practice, and they can describe very well the price of oil, where there are many players. So the way it proceeds, it assumes that each agent is characterized by a stochastic differential equation. In the mean field limit, you can describe this population of players through a Fokker-Planck equation. But of course, each player will have a certain cost function that will be very different than another player. So once you set up the control problem, you will end up with a Hamilton-Jacobi equation that describes the evolution of the PDF of the costs. So that's very similar to how humans play on the stock market or how people interact on in various competitions. In this particular case, this setup or these two coupled PDs are meant to describe the evolution of a swarm of drones. Now, at the bottom of the slide, we have the comparison between the coupled multi-wavelength neural operator that we have seen on the previous slide, where we have the dice strategy of updating one of the PDs and influencing the other PD and so on. While we also compare with other extensions of the Fourier neural operator and simple multi-wavelength neural operator, as well as the Padet neural operator. And we can see that this coupled multi-wavelength neural operator performs the best in terms of error for both estimating the PDF row and the PDF file. So with that, I would like to thank you for your attention, and I'll be happy to take any questions.
Okay, Paul, thank you so much for this entirely and fully mathematically presentation. Really interesting. Maybe we had some questions for you, but may I a question, Paul?
Yes. Yep.
Yes?
Yes, please.
Related the governing laws from data that you presented us, just a challenge for you for today. In a few words, can you, I don't know, map if this might be possible, if they can apply to the AGI, nowadays concept of the AGI, so artificial general intelligence? What do you say?
So we have seen that the multi-wavelength neural operator is capable to generalize. And what is essential is that the multi-wavelength neural operator is capable to generalize because it exploits the properties of the data. I am reluctant to say that we are approaching AGI because we have to extend the multi-wavelength neural operator to deal with different tasks. I do not have time to talk about, but I think that the current architecture, because we are still relying on a neural network with backpropagation, at least in the slides that we have discussed so far, will not be able to generalize in all cases. But we have a paper which tries to break away from this and mimic what is happening in the brain. So what is happening in the brain is that neurons, biological neurons in our head, do not use backpropagation. They use a form of negotiation very much like we humans interact with each other. And this distributed interaction allows us humans to solve a task as a team in a similar way the biological neurons solve tasks. So we pioneered this concept of distributed neural networks that are capable to learn and generalize much faster than the deep learning with backpropagation. And I am hopeful that those would be closer to AGI than what we have seen here.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Paul.
Thank you too.
And now for our next guest, I leave Professor Helena to introduce him.
Our next speaker is Professor Mostafa Adimi from INRIA Lyon and Camille Jordan Institute of Université Claude Bernard, the head of Dracula team, multi-scale modeling of cell dynamics, with many areas of interest, mathematical modeling of cell population dynamics, leukemia, immune system, control of vector-borne diseases, the cases of malaria and dengue, and applications of delay differential and reaction diffusion equation in biology and medicine. You have the floor.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
And you can see my presentation? It's okay?
Yes, it's okay.
Yes. Okay. Thank you very much, Andre, for the invitation. And I would also to thank the organizers for this nice conference. My name is Mostafa Adimi. I am working at INRIA in Lyon, in France. And I will talk about continuous time differential difference models in population dynamics and epidemiology. I will start with a simple example. If we consider what we call, I will call it inactive phase in a population model. Let's say that we start with an ordinary differential equation with n particles interacting. It can be, for example, a predator-prey model or two population that are competing, and we add what we call inactive phase. That means a phase that there is nothing happens, no production, no mortality, only a movement from this active phase to this new inactive phase. For example, you go here with the rate P, let's say it's matrices, many inactive phase, you go and you come back, you go with the rate P and you come back, and the population come back with the rate Q. The question is what happens for this model if we active this, if we add this inactive phase. I will not consider this example. What this is, we can find in many biological system. This inactive phase can be what we call dormant phase for cancer cells. We call it also G0 phase because each cell has many phases before dividing. This what we call cell cycle, and there is this important phase that we call G0 phase or resting phase, where the cells has less mortality, let's say, and they cannot divide when these cells are this phase. It can be, for example, for animals, hibernation, or inactive period for predators, because the predator is not in contact with the prey all the time. There is a period where these predators are inactive. It can be also refuge for prey because the contact between predator and prey are not all the time. There is a period when the prey can be in a refuge and it is protected against predation. It can be also immune period for, let's say, for vaccination in epidemic models, or protected phase that the susceptible individual cannot be infected. This vaccination can be for a short period or for a long period, and we can have this kind of models in many papers, especially the papers with Blinsky, Hadler. It was in 2009, and for this is for predator prey. For tumor grow, you have a paper with Gillenberg and Webb in 1990. For cell division, you have many papers with Michael McKay and his group since 1978. In epidemic models, also we can find many papers, especially paper with Hadler, Lucher, and Hadler, Helen, and Lewis, etc. In fact, the question in all these papers was how the dynamics change by adding this inactive phase. And what we can see, I will consider another more general case, but the answer of this question is adding inactive phase. We can see that it's make stabilization of the system, and it's against oscillations and Hawk bifurcation. And also adding this phase can decrease the amplitude of periodic orbits, especially in for ordinary differential system. One famous example of this cancel of oscillations is with the Volterra population. If we consider linearization, we know that without this blue part, without adding inactive phase, this system has periodic solution, periodic orbit. By adding this inactive phase, when the population of prey and predator can go to the fuse or to the resting phase for predators with rate P and Q, if we calculate the characteristic equation of this system, we have this 4-degree polynomial, characteristic polynomial, and we can see that this new rate P and Q are given here. If you take P and Q equals to 0, you will have only imaginary eigenvalue, and you will have periodic solution. But by adding this a new parameter without putting any other things, you have you can see that this characteristic equation, all roots have strictly negative real part by using root and Orwich criterion. And this example show that by adding these two compartments, we have a stabilization of the solution. Of course, this is linearization of the system, but in the nonlinear case, we have exactly the same. And we can see clearly that adding this inactive phase make the system stable. I will go directly to have a general result by adding this inactive phase also in a system with delay. Why I prefer to add delay? Because we know that when you have a delay differential equation, we almost always have periodic oscillations. And by adding this inactive phase, what I want to show you is a simple movement between this compartment and another one. We can see that even if your delay differential equation has a periodic solution, these two terms will cancel these oscillations. To fix ideas, suppose that we have only 0, that is a steady state of the system without adding these two phases. But if we start with the 0 steady state for this delay differential equation by adding these two phases, we still have only 0, 0 as a steady state of this new system. And if we make linearization of the delay differential equation, we have this delay differential equation with here the derivative of f. I add here minus, it's only to think about a negative feedback. We know also that the characteristic equation of this delay differential equation is given by this this transcendental characteristic equation. We look for mu like eigenvalue of this, and we can the people that are used with delay differential equation, we know that we have infinite number of solution of this equation. That means we have almost all the time infinite number of eigenvalue. I will not study this, but I will give you the direct result for people that are not used with delay differential equation. I take here a simple example. Let's say we take the derivative of f at 0 equals to 1, and let's say we consider an initial condition equal to 1 in the interval minus tau 0, and we want to solve this delay differential equation by hands. It's only to show you that it's create oscillations between minus tau and 0. As we have 1, the derivative will be 0. If we integrate this equation, we find that v of t is constant, equals to 1. If we put again in the interval 0 tau, if we take time between minus tau and 0, we will have this term minus t of minus v of t minus tau equals to 1. Then we integrate, then we have 1 minus t, etc. In the next interval, we have this polynomial of degree 2, etc. And in any interval, the form n minus 1 tau and n tau, we can integrate the solution v of t using the past, and we can see that very quickly the solution of this kind of delay differential equation becomes complicated. And we can see that in this term we can recognize terms like exponential, cosine, and sine. And this is, if you develop, the solution will be, the behavior of the solution will be as these three equations. And the general, that means we create oscillations. 1 tau is big enough. And the general result of this delay differential equation is given by this expression. We have two thresholds. The first one is 1 over exponential. If this parameter f prime of 0 tau is between 0 and this threshold, then all the solutions will go to 0 without oscillations. And if this parameter is bigger than this threshold 1 over a, all solution will oscillate around 0, but still the oscillations are dampened. That means the solution will go to 0. And the threshold that the solution go to 0 is this one, pi over 2. All the solution will tend to 0. But when it's between 1 over a and p over 2, we have oscillations. And if this parameter is bigger than this threshold, then all the solutions are attracted by periodic solutions. That means we have periodic solutions, and for the nonlinear case, it's attractive. The question is what will happen if we add this inactive phase for this kind of delay differential equation. To do that, I will calculate the characteristic equation by adding these two terms. And we can see that the characteristic equation is given by this determinant. But it's very difficult to find any idea about how are the eigenvalue of the new system, I will use a new form of the Lie differential equation using structured model, partial differential equation, to calculate the new eigenvalue of the characteristic equation related to this new system. This is a good decay to make a relation between the eigenvalue of the delay differential equation and the new eigenvalue of the new system by adding this inactive phase. What we do is to write the solution of the Lie differential equation, like by adding what we can call the age. In fact, it's a new variable. We put z of t a equals to z of t plus a, and if you calculate the derivative of this function, in fact, the derivative in terms of t and in terms of a are the same. But if you look for the boundary condition for a equals to 0, you can link it to a equals minus tau, and you have this boundary condition. And when you solve this system and you take a equals to 0, you find exactly the solution of the delay differential equation. That means the delay differential equation is a particular case of this age structured partial differential equation. This is the case of our proof to find the link between the eigenvalue of the system with inactive phase and the eigenvalue of the delay differential equation. Okay, if we do for the same for the system with inactive phase, and we have then this partial differential equation where x of t and a is related to v and y is related to w. This is very easy to see that it's represent this one, especially with the boundary condition that we have here. And the relation between the two systems are given by, if we take x of t at 0, we find the component of the first equation of the system with inactive phase. And if we take w of t equals y of t of 0 in this part, we find the second component of our original system. Then if we take this partial differential equation and we consider the exponential solution of the system, and we put them in our age structured model, then we find we are looking for the eigenvalue or for the characteristic equation of the system. Then we transform our partial differential equation, structured partial differential equation, to this ordinary one. And we look for lambda as a complex value that will be the eigenvalue of our system. We can solve then the system. It is equivalent to this one, because here you have you calculate y, you put it here, and you have equation only with x that is given by the first and second component. And after that, when you solve this one, you put it here, and you have the second solution, the second component of the solution of your system. Okay, and we know that the exponential solution for the equation without inactive phase is given by this. And we do the same, we solve, and we have this system. Now we can compare this with our system here, and we can see that the link between this system and the other one is given by this expression. That means the eigenvalue of this system, if we call it mu, and if lambda is the eigenvalue of our system with inactive phase, the link between the both system is given by this expression. That means each eigenvalue mu of the delay differential equation give you some eigens values lambda for the second one. And if you develop this, you have this second order polynomial equation. The conclusion is the following. Each eigenvalue of the delay differential equation give you two or one, it depends on, it give you two eigens value of the new system. This we can, of course, compute, and we have the following result. If mu, which is the eigenvalue of the system without, or of the equation without inactive phase, that means the eigenvalue of the delay differential equation. In general, if it's given by alpha plus a beta, we have two eigens value, lambda 1 and lambda 2 for the inactive phase. And if we rank them, putting that the real part of lambda 2 is less the real part of lambda 1, we have always the real part of lambda 2 negative by adding this. That means the second eigenvalue, in any case, even if alpha is positive, the real part of lambda 2 is negative. And if mu is real, then the two eigenvalues are also real. If mu is negative, they will stay negative. If mu is equal to 0, 1 is negative and 1 is 0. And if mu is bigger than 0, both one is still negative, but the other one is positive, but it's still smaller than mu. In fact, the more important case is the case when mu is complex with beta different from 0. In that case, if this real part of the eigenvalue for the delay is less than 0, then both will be negative. That means even if alpha is equal to 0, the two eigenvalue will be negative. And even if alpha is positive, and if we take beta big enough, we still have a negative eigenvalue. The conclusion is the following. As the delay creates oscillations, adding inactive phase, take off these periodic oscillations and take off the oscillations. And even if alpha is positive, that means we have oscillations with an unstable steady state. If we take the amplitude of these oscillations big enough, more the amplitude are big, more the system will be stable by adding this inactive phase. That means the inactive phase go against oscillations and against periodic oscillations. Okay, in fact, I took here an example to apply this result to a problem of cell cycle. Each cell can be in what we call proliferating phase. Each cell go through all these phases to divide, and just after division, a part of these cells go to what we call G0 phase or resting phase, and the other part of cells stay in the cell cycle to divide again. And if we try to model this kind of system, we have this partial differential equation. The first is for quiescent, that means the cell in G0 phase. You have the mortality and you have the new cells that come from, sorry, here it's in fact is in this phase. Yes, it's in this phase. Beta is the new cells that go from the resting phase, I forget there is here minus, and go to the proliferating phase to divide. And indeed, this is the phase when each cell that enter at the end has to divide and give two cells. This is why you have two. A part of these cells go to G0 phase, and the other part return to the proliferating phase to divide again. In this phase, there is only mortality given by gamma, and the boundary condition, the new cells that are here come from the division, and the new cells that enter here come from the division, and it comes also from the resting phase that wake up to the enter to the proliferating phase to divide again. Okay, if we integrate this system over the age using the characteristic equation, in fact, this system is equivalent, can be reduced to this delay differential equation, which is in fact a couplet between ordinary differential equation and the difference one that is given by this system, and you have here the delay. The function f is given by this expression, and the function g, which is here, are given by this. If we take, for example, the case when g equals to 0, you will have sorry, if you take k equals to 0 here, you have y of t equals g of x of t. You put it here, and you have a delay differential, classical delay differential equation. What we can get with this kind of system, three cases. Beta is this g of x, sorry, is this blue function, and the red one, f, is this increasing function. We have three cases. Or there is only 0 as intersection between the blue and red one. That means we have only 0 as steady state, and we can prove that this steady state is globally attractive by using Lyapunov function. Or there is two steady states, 0 and the positive one, and the positive one is in the part of when g is increasing, and we can prove that this positive steady state is also globally asymptotically stable by using a monotone dynamical system. And the last one is when we are the intersection is in the part when the function g is decreasing. In that case, you have a Hopf bifurcation and periodic oscillations. What I want to say here, this in fact is more general than ordinary delay differential equation, because you have mixed between an ordinary differential equation and delay difference one. For the problem of this is kind of a new system for existence, uniqueness, and continuous dependence. It can be done by as ordinary differential equation. You integrate this, and you look for example, existence and uniqueness. You look for fixed solution, and using iteration or fixed point theory. Also for the continuous dependence, there is no problem. And to find a steady state, we look for constant solution that solve this system. For this kind of continuous time differential difference system for existence, uniqueness, and steady state is as for ordinary differential equation or for delay differential equation. But the problem with this kind of equation, my example, I took only one delay. If you put for general case many delays, let's say here we take only two delays to check for characteristic equation, and to study the stability of system can have a problem of continuity. I consider here a simple example when we have two delays. One is 2 and another one is tau n. And we can see that if we take this delay 1 minus 1 over this term, when n go to plus infinity, the limit of this is 1. In fact, this difference equation can be solved by hand. You have u of t is a sign of this expression, and we can see that when n go to plus infinity, the limit of this expression doesn't exist. That means 0 is unstable. But if you take separately this and you put n go to plus infinity, here instead of tau n, you will have 1. And if we look for the characteristic equation of this difference equation, you have this one, and it's easy here to solve it. You have only one root, and with the real part of lambda negative. That means the solution of this one n go to plus infinity is stable. But if we put here n go to plus infinity, we have unstable steady state. That means there is a problem of continuity between this equation and this one. And if we put it in our general system with active phase and inactive phase, we have also the same problem. To explain this is only we have to be careful about the continuity of delay. We cannot use delay as a parameter to study Hopf bifurcation and to start with the stable steady state and increase the delay to cross the imaginary axis and to have the stabilization of the system. We cannot use, when you have two delays, the delay as a parameter of Hopf bifurcation. We have also a problem with the eigenvalue that can come from infinity. If we consider this example, which mixed between an ordinary differential equation and difference one, we can see that if tau equals to 0, we have this solution, because here we have tau equals to 0. You calculate u, you put it here, and you calculate v. In that case, the derivative of v will be minus 1 over 3 of v of t, and u of t is 3 v of t. And we can see that here we have a globally asymptotically stable steady state, which is 0. But if we take tau positive, the trivial steady state becomes unstable. That means there is a problem of continuity again from tau equals to 0 and tau bigger to 0. To prove this instability, we calculate the characteristic equation of our system is given by this expression, and we can see that if we increase tau, in fact, it's from 0 for lambda, here equals minus 1 over 3. And if we increase tau and lambda from this steady state, we will see that the eigenvalue will come from infinity, and we cannot cross the imaginary axis to go from stable to unstable steady state. Because this, let's say this branch of eigenvalue continue, but there is another eigenvalue that come from infinity in the complex half plane on the right. To prove this, we know that our characteristic equation has is entire function, and that means there is no accumulation of solution of this system. This comes from complex entire functions, and there is an infinite number of solution of this system, and the limit of this, as there is no accumulation, is plus infinity. If we put this expression in our equation here, then we will find that all this eigenvalue approach the solution, the roots of this equation that are given exactly by this expression. That means the limit of our eigenvalue of this that has this property minus this one is 0. That means our eigenvalue is near this logarithm of 2 over tau, and this is positive. That means the eigenvalue come in the half part of the plan when the real part is positive, and that means unstable. We jump from stable steady state to unstable steady state. However, we have this fundamental result. If our system is easy, that means you have a delay differential equation and differential equation with alpha less than 1. In that case, we don't have this problem. That means if alpha is less than 1, then every solution for tau equals to 0 or tends to 0. In that case, there is tau 0 small enough such that any solution has the limit 0 if tau is between 0 and tau 0. The only problem happens where alpha don't satisfy this expression. I think I will stop here to respect time. Thank you very much for your attention, and if there are questions. I cannot listen you.
Are there any questions? Well, I have a question. Your inactive phase approach does modify the classical, that improves the classical Mackey class model for stem cell?
Yes, exactly.
It gives something to better understand that?
Yes, exactly. I can come to Mackey system. In fact, with Mackey system, he considered that all cells that enter this phase at the end of division, all of them come to G0 phase. In his model, K is equal to 0 because he in the beginning for his system he was trying to show that the model give exactly a delay differential only one single delay differential equation. In our case, what we have, in fact, Mackey system has only this the last expression. That means we cannot have global stability of his positive steady state.
Yeah.
The only part that he has is periodic oscillations and Hopf bifurcation. Our system improve it by adding this stabilization of the positive steady state.
Thank you. Thank you again. Another question.
Thank you. I have a small question. Can we use the system to study 2 different types of cell in a population, like healthy cells and tumor cells that have a different division rate? Does that affect the mathematical model because there are 2 different rates?
Yes, this is I cannot answer like positively, or of course we can do. It's only how to write the system, and if the reduction of the system will give you something simple to study or not. This is I cannot answer. But the general answer is yes, we can write any system of division like partial differential equation, structured partial differential equation, but we cannot guarantee that the reduction of the system will be more easy to study than using other kind of modeling.
Okay, thank you. So we can use this system to study two different types of cells at the same time, simultaneously? With
Yeah, yes.
different- Okay, okay, thank you, thank you.
Oh, thank you again.
Thank you.
And our next speaker is Professor Radu Gologan from the University Polytechnic of Bucharest, the president of the Romanian Mathematical Society. He coordinates our Mathematics Olympiad team. Starting from 1978, he has been a scientific researcher at Mathematics Institute, and from 2000, he is a professor at the Polytechnic University of Bucharest, Faculty of Automatics and Computers. He has published 5 books and over 30 research articles. He considered that his best scientific result is the series of articles published in collaboration with Florin Boca and Alexandru Zaharescu, which solves an old problem related to, a model from theoretical statistical physics, the Lorentz model in the plane. He considers himself lucky to have a team of friends, exceptional mathematicians, with whom he sometimes achieves remarkable performances at international competitions. We have the floor.
prinde? Ah, da. S'aude. Okay, sorry about this small technical problems. The idea of my talk started long ago, because I discovered that usually along of my mathematics was very close to elementary problems during my mathematical life, starting from high school. A lot of results started with problems in Olympiads, problems in small problems which became lemmas and sometimes theorems in mathematics. There is a celebrated book, maybe all of you know. I started to work real mathematics with that book. It is called Elementary Problems Treated Non-Elementary. The authors were two brothers, Yaglom, Russian mathematicians of high level, and there are a lot of non-trivial results in mathematics treated elementary. So in my talk I shall give some examples which I started as elementary problems, sometimes from non-elementary and giving elementary results, let's say. It's very difficult to say what is elementary, what is non-elementary in mathematics. But as you know, a lot of good problems in the, let's say, most important competition in mathematics, elementary mathematics, the International Mathematical Olympiad, came from non-elementary problems. In the last decades, for example, most of the difficult problems in combinatorics are the authors of them are people working in informatics. In the same time, as you know, the core of a good paper in mathematics, sometimes of a strong result, is based on some lemmas which can be treated as elementary problems, difficult ones. So I shall start with one of the problems which we know from. Yes, let's see. Oh, the first thing comes from something which is very, very elementary. Now, you know that if we consider a function given by, let's say, f of x is ax plus b when x is less than an alpha, and cx plus d when x is greater than beta, and this function is greater than alpha, excuse me, and which is continuous. It comes sometimes, it comes every time for something as mx plus b plus an epsilon x minus alpha. And this was a problem given in the Putnam competition in the early 2000s, approximately. So given a function which is defined by steps, which has an, let's say, a graph like this, it comes from something which is related to the absolute values. And considering this more generally, we can prove the following theorem. Consider an interval and S a finite subset of the interval. And consider a function which is something like that, which is C of class Ck on the small intervals where this is S, let's say x1, x2, x3, and xn, let's say, be the set S. The function is Ck of class Ck in the interior of each interval, and such that all the derivative up to the order k have limits in these points. So we have a graph which is something like with some points where lateral limits. And then this function has, in fact, the following form. There is a g which is Ck on the interval, and there are polynomials of degree less than k minus 1, and the absolute values of x minus s, where s belongs to our big S set, can be represented like that. This says that, in fact, as a corollary, the canonical projection of the functions px, x minus t, where t is in the interior of the interval, and p is the polynomial of degree less than k minus 1, form a complete system of generators on the quotient space Ck of E over Ks over Cs. The proof is quite elementary. Now, let's see, where is it? Okay. The next thing which is interesting and comes from an elementary problem, the so-called Volterra operator. Which for every function in C, let's say, of 0, 1, attaches his antiderivative. So it's an integral operator with very interesting properties. For example, its spectrum is 0. An old idea which started with a discussion with my friend and colleague, Harry Berkovich. Let's study this operator in an elementary way. So consider the division of the interval 0, 1 in equal parts. You see here the intervals as usually. Consider the projection on the functions, constant function on this interval, the characteristic function on this interval. And observe that we have an orthonormal basis given by the formula I put there, and consider the restriction of this interval to the projection of the L2 space on this subspace. And it's very interesting that we can compress the Volterra operator to these projections. And the singular values of this compression can be calculated elementarily and are given by the formula I put here. And this gives also a very nice problem of approximation of the norm in L2 of the Volterra operator by this compressions. with a very nice error. Also, we can prove the same for the Hilbert-Schmidt norm. Every calculation here are very elementary, not needing nothing or more than knowing some calculation of series. There is another result which is very popular and very known, the so-called Bernstein theorem, which gives a relation between the norm of a polynomial and the norm of its derivative. So the norm in L infinity, the maximum norm. So the Bernstein result says that if a polynomial of degree n is bounded by a constant m on the unit disk, then the derivative is bounded by n or times m. Of course, the bounds are the best possible. And here is a simple proof given by me some years ago, using only roots of unity and some evaluations. The fact is that we have this formula, which is based where zeta I are the roots of unity, and nothing has to do that using this simple calculation of this trigonometric sum. Here is another result which I like a lot, and it was cited many times because it says something in the convolution problems. I started with some years ago with the following problem. Given a sequence like this one, let's say A1 over n plus 1 plus A2 over n plus 2 plus an over n plus n, the problem asks the following. Prove that there exists ai taking only 0 and 1 values such that xn converges to 1 over 2 as n tends to infinity. At the first glance, it seems that it's an easy problem. It's not, because the A1 is on the first position, but also for n plus 1, n plus 2, n plus, and so on. And when I realized a nice proof for this fact, in fact, we can prove the following for sequences. If you know that the sequence 1 over n plus 1 over n plus 2, 1 over n plus n tends to logarithm of 2. The result in the discrete case is the following. If A1, A2, An is a sequence having density L, then the sequence Xn converges to L times logarithm of 2. And in the continuous case, the following result can be proved. In fact, a convolution problem which says the following, that if we have a decreasing function with the limit at infinity 0, and suppose that we have this infinite integral with limit L, and G is a continuous bounding and satisfies the following condition, which is a condition on density, then this kind of convolution integral tends to the product of the two limits. Of course, this is proof based on convolution of functions. When I was a student, high school student, my teacher in mathematics asked me to find the proof that the limit of x minus sinus x over x cubed is 1 over 6 without using derivatives. And I thought sometimes on it. It's clear that the limit can be obtained if it exists, is easy to obtain by the fact that x minus sinus x over x cubed is the same as limit of 3x minus sinus 3x over 3x cubed. This gives that the limit is, if exists, the limit is over 6. But how to prove that this limit exists? I was in a conference on elementary mathematics in Columbia, and on the plane I discovered this very simple proof based on the fact that sinus x can be expressed in terms of the sinus of x over 2 power n, meaning that trigonometrically that we consider a regular polygon of 1 over 2 power n. And here is the proof. We can express x minus x cosinus in this as x minus sinus as this formula, which can be calculated, and then the result is obtained, can be obtained very easily. Here is a paper which me and my friend Paltina from Brasov have gave a result on problem given at the Mathematical Olympiad 3 years ago, which asked that given the sequence defined recurrently by this formula, calculate the limit of this. And we discovered very interesting problems on this sequence, and everything done elementary, but finally we can where is the result? So there's a constant in this interval such that the asymptotics of the sequence xn is given by that formula. Okay. Now I want to find in 1980, 81, I don't remember exactly, I participated at a seminar in ergodic theory at the University in Moscow for 3 weeks. And there were a lot of graduate students participated, and Yakov Sinai, which was the leader of the field and a great mathematician in theoretical physics and ergodic theory, gave problem for the PhD thesis to the students. And one of the problems he asked was the following: called now the Lorentz gas model in the small scatterer limit. And is the following. On the integral lattice, consider small disk on every integral point of radius, small radius, r. This. And consider for each angle theta the length L r of theta to the first intersection with a scatterer. Study the asymptotics of this. I discovered at first glance then, and I wrote a small preprint, that this problem is connected with the Fourier numbers. Where can I attach something? Fourier numbers of order Fn are the series, the sequence of fraction p over q less than p prime over q prime, such that fractions are irreducible and the denominator is less than n. So the first fraction is 0 over n, then 1 over n, and so on. Geometrically, this means that if you have here the point of coordinates p over q and p prime over q prime, and here the point of pq, yes, less, then this means that this angle is the next one such that the coordinates p prime over q prime and p over q are irreducible. And this makes it possible to study this problem. In 1999, I discovered that my colleagues and friends, Florin Poca and Alexandru Zaharescu, had the theorem in analytic number theory connected with Fourier fractions, where they gave a theorem where we can calculate the asymptotics of q prime plus q, two consecutive denominators of Fourier fractions. And this was done in terms of Klosterman's sums, a kind of discrete Fourier series, Fourier transform. And with this theorem, I succeeded in proving the first possible asymptotics, the integral. This means that I can calculate the fact that when epsilon times to 0, 1 over epsilon integral from 0 to p over 2 of L epsilon theta d theta, to calculate it as a constant. I don't remember which I should show you immediately. But after that, in a series of paper, we solved completely this problem, calculating exactly the moments and the distribution function of this Lorentz gas model. I was very happy when I communicated to Sinai the result. There were some rumors that the proof is incorrect, but finally Sinai wrote me and said, this is a piece of work, which is nice to hear from some person like him. Now I shall look a little bit if I can. So this is the first. So here is the first result, the first paper we wrote on this problem. And here L is not denoted by tau. And this is the result. You see the constant, which is an integral, logarithmic integral. And it can be described as a billiard in a flat torus, like this. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Comment? Well, then thank you again.
Thank you.
I know in the schedule there was a break right now, but we try to make a switch in the schedule because of the timing for the online speakers. So my question is, if online there is Dr. Carla Pinto from the Polytechnic University of Porto, is she online? Pinto. Dr. Carla Pinto. Because we proposed the switch between Dr. Carla Pinto from the Polytechnic University of Porto, Portugal, with Dr. Mariana Marchiso Conte from University of Turin, Italy, because of their demands. No, so she's not online. So okay, we'll have a break, a short break, and okay, let's hope we will be on time with Dr. Carla Pinto after the break. We're back. Sorry for this delay. Deeply sorry for this delay, especially for those who are online. Our next guest is Marius Leordanu, professor at the Polytechnic University of Bucharest, but I will let him present himself, his desire. Okay, thank you. Marius.
Do I need a microphone?
Yes, you do.
Okay. So it's very nice to be here. I'm happy I made it. I didn't realize we were in such a hurry. So I'm also apologizing for the delay. I hope this was, this is an easy, should have been easy to set up a presentation. Okay, so I am a professor of artificial intelligence, computer vision and robotics at the Department of Computer Science here at the Polytechnic University of Bucharest. I'm also a researcher at the Institute of Mathematics of the Romanian Academy, where at the Romanian Academy I also supervise doctorate degrees. I have doctoral students. I have a pretty large team, about 10 students, I would say. At the Polytechnica, I introduced the classes of computer vision and introduction to robotics in the department, and especially at the master's degree, the master's program we have in English, where I teach these classes and where we have a lot of very good students, and I invite everyone who is interested in artificial intelligence to consider our program. The number of students is growing year by year, and now after COVID, after people are, we are starting to meet in person again, the numbers keep increasing because it was decreasing due to the, stay at home, study from home situation and constraints. What else? So we are an active group of people who are doing research. So I would say that my main job is a researcher, not necessarily a professor. I do teach, but when I wake up in the morning and when I go to sleep, I am always thinking about research, the problems that I am trying to solve. Many of these problems, in research, not only that you have to solve certain problems, but you also have to formulate problems. So formulating the problems is also part of the research. So that's my activity. Of course, there are other things that I could tell you about myself. I'm interested in combining intelligence and artificial intelligence with other more artistic activities. I hoped I would show you today some of those. Since this is a multi-interdisciplinary conference, and we are also at the beginning of the summer, and we should be a little bit more relaxed now that Romania made it to the next round. We should have a positive attitude. Okay, so this is transferred. Thank you very much for your help. Okay. Sting aici. So I guess, should I go there or I should stay here to present? Which way is the... Pentru Zoom. Where's the camera? Okay, I just want to check that the camera is there. Okay. Okay, so until our colleagues start the presentation, let me tell you a little bit about my research interest. So now we are facing a very interesting moment in history, since artificial intelligence is really becoming visible. So some people say this is like a technological revolution, right? It's one of those revolutions that we are seeing once in a while in history, like when we discovered electricity, when we created the first engine, when we started with fire probably at the beginning. So every time we create a new technology, we are facing certain difficulties and also a lot of potential advantages that we can get from that technology. So now a lot of people are asking, what's going to happen now? And it's a little bit too large. Maybe you can zoom out. Can you zoom out a little bit? As you can see, it's going outside of the screen, or that's fine. It's okay. So I want to tell you a little bit about that, since I see a lot of young people here and students. Maybe you have heard in many places, maybe in the media, or maybe some other people said, oh, artificial intelligence could do so many bad things, and then there's this idea that we are scared of artificial intelligence. Well, I would like to tell you one thing. I never really met a person that's really, really scared about it. I didn't see it as a pathological problem. It's more like a keyword that is used in the media, because artificial intelligence is, obviously we can see how many good things we can do with it, but I would claim it's in some sense part of our DNA in a way, because what distinguishes us from animals, maybe the first element that distinguishes us, is the fact that we create technology. And animals are intelligent, they have language, maybe they have consciousness, we don't know. I think so, some of them do, but they don't create technology. And in the history of our evolution, we say, wow, and when we see an animal creating a little bit of technology, then we immediately compare it with it. So in some sense, we could say that technology is part of us, and I would go even further and say technology created us in the same way we created technology. And I would go even further and say that our bodies are kind of an AI technology kind of thing, but it's not artificial. It's still like this robot that we have, that we are in constant connection with. And I would go even further than that and say that the way we see the world, the way we think about the world, is directly related to our capacity to interact with the world, is directly related to our robot, the most advanced robot that exists, our body. Our hand, the way we can touch things, the way we can operate with things, the way we can see things, it's through this interaction, which is an intelligence interaction, and it's not conscious. We are not aware of it. It's at a subconscious level, the way our body gives us information. So every time, in fact, a new technology arises, if we are honest and we think about it, we realize that our creativity and imagination also flourished. Because technology gives us possibilities of creating things, of visualizing things. Just think about how much imagination we had 10,000 years ago, 100,000 years ago, when we were in a cave and we barely had something to paint on the walls of that cave. What type of things were in our imagination? Very limited, as opposed to today. Every time we have a new tool, a new graphics application, computer, just think about it. Just think about the pencils we are using today. Artificial intelligence, even the art that it's creating, it's more like an intelligent. It's more like an intelligent tool that we can use to enhance our creativity, imagination, and not only that, but it gives us the power to do it, to make that imagination possible. So it's just simply amazing how many good things we can do with that. So now, let's see. Cum fac asta? Așa? Știi că nu merge. Arăți cum? E ok. Că nu mai... Okay. So, see, I have to talk. So what I was telling you, you see it's very connected to my presentation. Okay, let me. Okay. Are you still there? Slide number 1. Okay, let's press the buttons here. Can we press the buttons? Which one? Can you give me control over this? Of course. Are you talking to me or to them? Or to the virtual assistant? Okay, can you... ține un pic ăsta.
Nu se aprinde.
Okay, so this is perfectly fine. We need to learn to adapt to unexpected situations. This is what intelligence does, by the way, and it's fun. It's a lot of fun. This presentation becomes much more exciting than what I was expecting initially. I don't like boring talks. So please let this be here. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so. Don't look at the slides too much. Just try to understand what I'm saying here. So since I was born, I was thinking that maybe one of the driving forces for a researcher are the fundamental questions. How is the world working? How does the world function? And that's physics, and all the sciences around it. And then how does the mind work? That's the second question. In fact, that's equally important. And from these two questions, all the sciences, all the civilization, all what we're trying to do in science were born. And now more than ever, we see that the two meet. In fact, the way we understand how the world works is directly also related to the way we see the world, we can perceive it, and the other way around. In order to understand ourselves and our minds, we should better understand how the world works. And AI is awesome because through AI, in some sense, by trying to build things that think, we understand better how the mind works. In fact, we can better understand ourselves. So vision is one of the very interesting problems because the way we see the world is also the way we think. Seeing is not just, okay, give me eyes and I'll see the world. Babies don't see the world. They see pixels. They don't know what they're seeing. So seeing is actually thinking. And that's why we say, did you see that? Do you see that? Do you understand that? So seeing is thinking. And the connection between what we see in the image and how we speak about it these are also directly connected. So in some sense, language and vision were learned and were developing together. For example, if I show you these patches in the image, you cannot tell me what they are, what they represent. Even though when I put them back in the image, you know what they are. So it's like a puzzle. I don't understand what each element is, but when I put it in the image, I can understand it. And not just understand it, I see it. And that's very interesting because it's like the brain solves the puzzle first and then tells you what you should see. And then you see, oh, it's there. But before you say that, it solved the puzzle, right? That's why, because we are different, we have different brains, different minds, we solve the puzzles differently based on our experiences. That's why we see reality in different ways. And we say, no, I saw it. And your friend says, no, I saw it and it was the other way around. And then you start fighting. In fact, you all created a story, each of us creates a story that tries to explain those inputs, which are very difficult to put together anyway, and then we think we saw that, but in fact we just created a different story about what was going on. And of course, the same patch is put in place. Now, if we look at this image, we think we know what's there, but okay, what is this? This is the boy's face. When you look at the boy, you see, well, is it a boy, is it a girl? I saw that person as being a boy, But if you look now, this is in Romanian. I'm sorry, I didn't think we have international audience for some reason. It's my fault. But I'll tell you, I asked my students to describe what's in that image, and each of them said a different story. And the difference is, I gave them 5 minutes or 10 minutes. I said, okay, please write me an email right now with a description of what you saw there. And the differences were so striking. The number of people, adult versus children, boy, girl, female, mother, father, the time of the day, the place, everybody saw something else. Even though they had a similar background, they were my students, so they had some kind of similarity in their backgrounds. And more examples of that. I don't want to spend too much time here, but it was really, I was expecting these differences, and when I saw them, at the same time, I couldn't believe it. And now I repeated the experiment a few months ago, and again, we have very different views of what's in a simple image, and that's interesting. So what is seeing, what is thinking? And also another thing, another important thing, we try to make a story, and the story we see is very related to subjective perceptions, to who we are, how we see the world, how we feel about it. It's about us, it's about the person. Intelligence is for us, and it's seen through us. Again, we are an important element of this reality, and it's all through our capacities. That's why people immediately go from the physical descriptions to emotions, to what we say, what do you see in this room? You immediately see emotions. You see people's states of mind. It might not be true, by the way, but that gives a different color to the whole meeting, right? People are stressed out. You see the reality in a different way. If people are having fun, and you should have fun, by the way, then the whole atmosphere gets more relaxed. So someone told me the mother is teaching the children about how to appreciate nature, the beautiful nature around them, and yes, it's just so much subjective thinking at a different level, but we have that as part of our reality. It's almost impossible to separate the two. If you ask someone, please describe me the scene without adding any element at the level of objects, that person could be blocked. It's just, you could say, it could freeze. Okay, It's really, really difficult. More about it, you can also check out my books. It's interesting. One of them is more for popular science, philosophy, art, and the other one is scientific, but they are connected. They are telling the same story. And now I want to present you very shortly about our model of connected language and vision. And we have this model of connected them as graphs of events in space and time. So basically, the idea is that everything is an event, more or less. Well, you say objects are events, you could model them as events. In what sense? An object is created, an object is destroyed, it has a period of time in which it exists, but also it goes through a continuous transformation. So, in fact, everything is like a process. The fact that we call it an object or not, it's again subjective thinking. Because, okay, I could ask you a question, you should think about it. I was thinking about it more lately, and it's really getting interesting. A tree that nobody sees, does it exist? Not a sound, a tree in the forest. Because if you tell me that it exists, I'm going to ask you, how does it look like? Does it look like the way I see it, the way the gardener sees it, the way the one who wants to steal it, the way a cat sees it, the way a bird sees it, the way an insect sees it? How is it? Color, shape? Isn't the shape something that is happening in our mind, in fact? Because the tree was never separated from its environment. It's in a continuous, it's a process, it's an ecosystem, it's in a continuous connection to everything else. So, of course, there is something there. But is it the tree? Is the tree there? No, the tree is in our mind. Real, but it's in our mind. We created it. Based on our mind. Without our mind, the idea of the tree, the way it is, the way we draw it, and we think about it, would not exist. It's not there. What's there? We should find out what's there. We don't even know yet completely, right? This is interesting. Okay, so we have events. How events are connected. Events could be at a lower level. Events could be at a high level. Events describe stories. Every story could be collapsed somehow into an event. For example, Romanian Revolution. Is it a story or an event? It's both. If you go into details, it's a very complex story. If you look at it in the large scale of time, it's an event. It's an event, it acts as an event, it had an effect, it's an event. Opening a door is an event or a story. If I go very detailed in what's going on, it's a very complex story. Again, if I look from the perspective of, tell me what happened. Well, someone got into the room, it opened the door, it's an event. So, depends, the scale at which we look at things also is extremely important. And like having breakfast is a story, but it is also, and you can explain how you create, how you cooked, what you ate, but it's also an event. And the interactions between these events create stories at a high level, and at some point we have to describe them in language. And that's our model of trying to connect vision and language, because they're very strongly related. And it's a long way. Research is open, very much open. This is like a new field in some sense, vision language. That's why, you have ChatGPT, is very good at text, but when you combine it with vision, it's not as good. There is a lot of work to do there. And it's exciting. And we have some work in progress besides the one we published, and we are very excited about it. Especially, so we are approaching the problem from the level of vision, trying to understand the world from a visual point of view, and then move forward towards language. And what I want to show you is what I'm actually excited about. Can you press this video? Can you click play, please? Somewhere? No? Using the mouse? Okay. Just click on it. Okay. You see the person comes by bike and almost hits that person who gets out of the car, but he's not hitting it. Hitting that person, hitting him. Well, if you ask ChatGPT what happened, and I'm always happy when I see ChatGPT be wrong, maybe you have the same feeling sometimes, the cyclist is unable to avoid the door and collide with it, which causes the cyclist to be thrown off the bike. So it starts hallucinating situations, and the reason is because it was trained on people's way of talking and seeing. We hallucinate a lot. We have our own opinions. If you just see that video and you don't pay enough attention, you would say, oh, it's going to get hit. You really have sometimes to pay attention to see that things are not necessarily as you think they are. So ChatGPT learns from us. ChatGPT learns to copy us. It's very good at that. And I've noticed a few things, for example, and that's, I was just sending a paper with a student, and I read it, and he was supposed to write certain things, and I'm like, you didn't write this. This was written by ChatGPT. And just admit it. Yeah, of course. Says, yeah, because, I mean, you gave it enough information, very, very complete information, so it's not wrong. It's not wrong what ChatGPT wrote. But I could tell it's ChatGPT because I feel like falling asleep when I read. It's like extremely boring. It doesn't point out things. It doesn't have personality. It doesn't have the courage to have personality. It doesn't have opinions. It's actually trying to stay in the middle, always on safe ground. And if you're asking someone, be polite, speak like everybody else, be in the middle with your discourse, you are going to not be excited. You're not going to make a point. What's the point? What are you trying to say that is different from what the others said? So because ChatGPT, the moment it goes outside of the comfort zone, is making mistakes. So people don't want it to do it. It's like, oh, we can get illegal trouble. Nobody wants to use that. So let's put ChatGPT back where it's its place, which is in the middle of everybody. So that's going to be like a mediocre opinion maker. It's not even going to make any opinion. It's just going to be something like, okay, let's make an average of all these discourses. And that's why it's boring. I think it has very low frequencies. It's like really, really, really nice and smooth. And you just, it's very hard to follow what's trying to say, you know. But if you follow it and if you give enough information, it's good, it's okay. So I said, okay, let's send it because it's not even illegal. I mean, if it's checked and it's the right information, that's fine. I wasn't excited about it, and I don't want to use that. But if I was in a different country, speaking a different language, and I wanted to communicate something fast, I would use those tools just to make sure that somehow people understand me. If you go to a different country and you want to talk to someone, hey, how can I go there, or what can I do? So, but for writing research or for writing stuff that's actually makes a difference, your voice has to be heard. And your voice is your voice. ChatGPT's voice, unique from people, doesn't exist. That's why when it's trying to get there, it's dangerous. So it depends on what you want it to do. But it's very nice, when it's not sure, it starts with something very polite. We asked ChatGPT, where does the Danube, what's the word? Unde se varsă Dunărea? Cum îi zici? What's the right word? I missed this word. In any case, I asked in Romanian, unde se varsă Dunărea? And he started telling us about all these countries that the Danube goes through, and it made mistakes. First it said it goes through Moldova as a country, but I don't think it goes through Moldova, it goes through Moldova as a region. So it starts mixing things, and then it's not even mentioning all the countries through which Danube is going, but it's mentioning only the countries that are close to the meeting point with the sea. So it's just a mixture of everything, and it starts with apologizing, and it ends up also apologizing or saying that it's not trying to discriminate or doing anything bad. Again, really weird message, which tells me that it's actually mixing things from many sources, and when it's not completely sure, it starts with a very politically correct message and ends with a also politically correct message. So it's not really useful if you really want to learn something important. Okay, other mistakes that I've seen from ChatGPT using vision. But in any case, what's important to remember is these tools that use ChatGPT and come from these big corporations, big companies, are trained a lot of data, but they are not open to the public and to the scientific world. So you don't really know how they were created, how they were trained. You don't know what's there. So from this point of view, since they are closed, they are not scientific. In science, we give hypotheses, we give models, and then we let others check and repeat the experiment. This is the experimental, it's the foundation of science, to be able to repeat what others did and be open. If you're not open, if nobody can do peer review, if nobody can actually a peer with no conflict of interest can look at what you did, that's not science. So from this point of view, these tools are not scientific. And that's why, in some sense, we have to bring back AI to science and tell these people, look, as long as you are just making a product, you're not really part of the scientific world. Maybe you discovered something, but if you don't tell anyone, we don't know. We don't know what you did there. So we have to really understand that we should, in fact, in papers, we should not even compare to ChatGPT, because it's not fair. We should compare only to algorithms that are open, that everybody knows what they did, and to papers that were peer-reviewed. If it's not peer-reviewed, if it's not open, if it's something abscons or something really hermetic, kept secret, that's not scientific. I don't need to compare to you. So, but we do want to see what they are saying and doing, of course. But I'm just, that was just an important point, because people sometimes don't forget that. Okay, some comparisons, of course. I don't want to go too technical. We also went to the level of creating from stories videos, and that is something that AI, even the products of AI from today, are not doing so well. So this is a video we generated from stories that we just wrote, and we trying to do that. And the market, what you can see on the market, is very poor today, so there is a lot of research in that. So this is the best thing you can see on the market. If you can try it and see that it's extremely simplistic. In fact, it's simpler than what we did, but it has other advantages of being a product, or on the way of being a product. Okay, so I talked about this, about the fact that we are in a relationship with the world. The way we see the world, we're also part of the world. So it's not just like the usual paradigm of a computer that operates on data and they are somehow disconnected. The computer, if the computer makes a mistake, in the case of a living being, for example, the computer could get in trouble. It's about our survival. So we are the computer, we are also part of the world, the data, we are part of everything. So we really have to be careful what we think, what actions we make. It's not like we are separated from the data and safe. Okay, now again, people, this is something I want to show you just briefly. A recent event we participated in, art and science, and this combination of human AI interaction, art and science. It's really at the beginning is growing and growing, because if we use AI in the right way, we can create more, and it's fun. It could actually be fun. So we have a lot of work in this area. And as part of this event, Neo Art Connect is called. It was a big event with many people. We had a big group there from the Polytechnic University of Bucharest, and it was exciting. People really were engaging with these artistic elements. You know, before you enter the museum, you saw this painting, you look at them, you analyze them, and then in silence and everything is very static. In the future, you might be able to interact with those artistic elements. And also as an artist, you can interact with them in order to create new art. And these are all things that we developed in the lab, but I'm just going to skip and go to the, so for example here, can you play the video? Oh, I can play the video. Let's see. Huh? No? I really need to find that. Where is? Here? I don't see. I could bend light a little bit. Ah. No. Oh, the other one. Sorry. You guys cannot play it from there? It's ridiculous. Okay. This one. Okay, so here in the lab we are developing these drones that can fly by themselves. They are cheap, they are fun to play with, they are little, and it's a good opportunity to develop new technologies that don't exist now. I mean, okay, they exist. It depends on how much money you are talking about, depends on how expensive they are, it depends on how big they are. But toys like this that can fly by themselves and you can do fun things with don't exist. You cannot buy them right now. You would be able to. And even if you did, it's still fun to develop your own thing and do it better than others. So now we have this little drone that can do many things, recognize gestures, that you can interact with, you can even dance with it. And that's what I wanted to show you. So this drone is supposed to explore the environment, not hit things, and then find its base and land, of course, without using GPS. This is inside. So it's based only on vision. And it's operated by that laptop there, so it's not high computation. And you know, if I had a little larger drone, but still small, I could probably put a phone on it or something, a small computer that could operate it, so it has more autonomy. There are so many cool things you can do with these drones. By the way, when you say about drones, a lot of people think about dangerous things. In fact, maybe you don't know, but a lot of things that are that we realize now about our environments, the animals and all that in the wild, are possible today because of these little drones. Because if you go somewhere, you cannot bring your chopper with you, your rocket. It's impossible. So these little drones give you that possibility of exploration. So I'll just show you this, and that's it. So this was this event where we put everything together, and this had very beautiful music, which I actually composed specially for this event. And you can see, you know, this was a big hall, maybe too large, with I don't know how many hectares actually inside, with hundreds of thousands of people coming. And they were really excited to play with our things. We have art which is painted, but we also put it on the computer and interacts with people. Maybe you can see now my PhD student demonstrating in front of others the little drone. And what was nice, two lessons, many lessons from this, but one, people get excited. Children, when children get excited, everybody pays notice. Everybody's like, wow. If children get excited, that means it's interesting. That means it's something there. Intelligence at work. They don't have prejudices, they don't have anything. They say, oh, this is interesting. This is the best toy you can have, an intelligent toy. Imagine how your brain could develop. So it was interesting for us to see how many people were excited. And second, it was a real life test for us. Because this is not papers, this is not things done in the lab, this is letting people in the audience that have no idea about AI, or what you're doing, and play with your system and say, this is not good, this is not working, or say, oh, this is fun. So that is the ultimate appreciation that you want to get. Okay, so, yes, I'm late, I'm so sorry. But it was fun to be here, and I would be very, very happy to continue the discussion and talk to you, especially those very wonderful students, young people, because, you know, the future is yours. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Marius. I know there are a lot of you wanting to ask Marius questions, but I believe you can write to him, right?
Yes, of course.
They can? Yeah. Okay. Our next guest is Professor Andrei Neguț from École Polytechnique Fédérale de Lausanne. Andrei Neguț studied geometric representation theory, which has applications in mathematical physics, combinatorics, knot theory, and algebraic geometry. He obtained his PhD from Columbia University, United States, in 2015, and spent the next 9 years in the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, so MIT. In 2024, he moved to EPFL in Switzerland, where he is continuing his research program. So, Professor Neguț, we are waiting for your presentation.
Thank you very much for the invitation and for coming. Just one sec so I get the pointer. Thank you. I'm going to give a research talk, like a little bit of a quick introduction into what quantum groups are. So this is a theoretical mathematics talk. There will be a little bit of application at the very end, but you're going to see quite a lot of mathematics in the slides that will come. I want to start by telling you what a Lie algebra is. So this is a fundamental object in representation theory, which itself is a part of algebra. So here's what a Lie algebra is. It is a vector space. Let's call it G. Let me figure out the pointer, G like here, which is endowed with an operation called the Lie bracket. L-I-E is named after the mathematician Lie. So the Lie bracket is a bilinear operation. It takes two elements of this vector space, let's call them x and y, and produces a third element, which is denoted by this symbol. Now, there are lots of possible ways you can define a bilinear operation in mathematics. In a vector space, you have addition of vectors, but the Lie bracket is a different operation. And there are some compatibility condition that this operation has to satisfy, which I'm not going to list here, but I'm going to say that this operation mimics the properties of the commutator of matrices. So here's what this means. The main example of Lie algebra, the fundamental example of Lie algebra, is the set of matrices, or better yet, the vector space of matrices. And I'm going to use as fundamental example the vector space of 2 by 2 matrices. Now, 2 by 2 matrices, here's your 2 by 2 matrix. It is an element in a 4-dimensional vector space. And why is that? Well, you can choose the four entries of this matrix in independent ways. So therefore, choosing the matrix M is the same thing as choosing a 4-tuple A, B, C, D. So the space of 2 by 2 matrices is a 4-dimensional vector space. But I want to impose another condition here. A plus D is equal to 0. This is called being traceless. This condition means that the dimension of the space of this matrices drops down to 3. That's 4 minus 1. So now you have a 3-dimensional vector space of these matrices satisfying this condition, A plus D is equal to 0. And the Lie bracket on this 3-dimensional vector space is given by this formula. So take any two matrices M and M prime and define their Lie bracket by this formula here. The formula here is multiply the two matrices in one order and then subtract the multiplication in the other order, and we know with matrices that multiplication is not commutative, so this thing will not be 0 in general. It's going to give you an interesting Lie bracket on this Lie algebra called SL2, special linear 2. That's where the notation comes from. So let me tell you what this Lie bracket is explicitly. So I told you that SL2 is a three-dimensional vector space. So if you want to write down a basis of this three-dimensional vector space, you're going to have to produce three matrices. Let's call them E, F, and H, given by these formulas. So E is this matrix, F is this matrix, H is this matrix. And then let me ask you to compute the Lie brackets of E with F, F with H, and H with E, and you get these formulas here. So how did we get this formula, for instance? Well, by definition, the Lie bracket of E with F is E times F minus F times E, and we're in poly, so everybody here who's in their first year can multiply matrices. So E times F is the matrix 1, 0, 0, 0. F times E is the matrix 0, 0, 0, 1. When you subtract them, you get exactly our friend H here. So the Lie bracket of E with F is H, and then you can compute these two Lie brackets here quite easily. So in other words, SL2 can be thought of as the three-dimensional Lie algebra which has a basis given by E, F, and H that satisfy these Lie bracket formulas. And now you have an abstract presentation of this Lie algebra. You can forget that E, F, and H are matrices. Just think of them as formal symbols which satisfy the Lie bracket identities in equation 1. And this kind of formalism, it might seem kind of dry if you're not an algebraist, but it can be very useful later on. One of the uses of formalizing things and thinking very algebraically is that now you can take these formulas here and you can quantize them. So this is the procedure which takes you from SL2, a nice three-dimensional vector space with a Lie bracket, and you obtain something that is known as a quantum group. The quantum group is called UQSL2. And the way you define it is by, in a certain sense, deforming these three formulas here. I will explain what deforming means in a second. But the fundamental thing is that it depends on a complex parameter Q. So think about picking your favorite complex number Q and defining the quantum group, which is denoted by UQSL2, as being an algebra generated by symbols big E, big F, and big H, which satisfy these relations here. Now this may seem very weird, and if you've never seen this, I mean, it undoubtedly seems very weird. What on earth do these three symbols mean, and what do these relations in Formula 2 mean? Well, these relations in Formula 2 are just the appropriate Q deformations of the formulas in equation 1. The idea is that the symbol big E and big F deforms the symbol little e and little f, and the symbol called big H deforms Q to the power little h. Now, if you think about this, a deformation means that if I take formulas 2 and I take the limit as Q goes to 1, I obtain precisely formula 1. So formula 1 is just a bunch of formulas with symbols and numbers. Formula 2 is a bunch of formulas with symbols and Qs. And when I take the limit as Q goes to 1 in formula 2, I get exactly formula 1. The way you see that is, if you stick Q to the power little h for a big H, then here you get an expression whose limit as Q goes to 1 is little h. So the limit of this formula is this formula. And that's what it means to quantize something. You need an extra parameter Q, which has physical meaning. It is a very important concept. And you write down formulas such as 2. And that's how you define a quantum group. Here are some of the uses of quantum groups. So on the last slide, I defined something very abstract. It doesn't seem to, mean anything other than just an abstract definition. But you can actually make it more concrete. So suppose I give you 3 n by n matrices, let's abuse notation and call them big E, big F, and big H, which satisfy together these formulas too. if I give you such 3 by 3 matrices, then we say that you get an action of the quantum group on n-dimensional complex vector space. And this idea is the fundamental notion of representation theory. It is the fact that you have an abstract quantum group defined by some symbols and some formulas, but then if you produce concrete matrices satisfying those formulas, you get what is known as an action of your group on an n-dimensional vector space. And you can use this to obtain nice algebraic constructions. All right, here are some more concrete applications of quantum groups. You can use quantum groups to define something that is known as Reshetikhin-Turaev knot invariants. So these are certain polynomials which you can associate to a knot in three-dimensional space, generalizing classical notions such as the Jones polynomial. And knot invariants are some things that are very, very important in many branches of mathematics and everything else, all other sciences. So lately they have been very important in cryptography and even genetics, because DNA is a knot, and that's how knot invariants appear in biology. It's always nice to have good computable knot invariants, and Reshetikhin-Turaev invariants are like that. They use quantum groups to define and compute. Another application of quantum groups is to produce solutions of something that is known as the Yang-Baxter equation. I'm not going to talk about that. It's a very important equation. It's an algebraic equation, but which is connected with models from statistical mechanics. It actually allows you to completely solve the statistical mechanics of certain idealized systems of particles using quantum groups. So that's very important in mathematics and physics. Once again, I'm not going to go into that, but there are other applications of quantum groups in physics. So these have appeared in the last 20 or 30 years. Some fields here that I will not have any time to talk about are quantum gravity, the inverse scattering method, and spin chains. More precisely, they're called ferromagnetic spin chains. Okay, so quantum groups are important, but everything that I have taught you so far is like the state of the art in this kind of business from 30 or 40 years ago. So in the last 10 minutes or so of this talk, I'd like to tell you the state of the art in the last few years or so, at least as far as my own research is concerned. So in my own research, I basically like to study more complicated versions of quantum groups, which arise in relation to newer problems in mathematical physics. So we branch off and come up with other versions of quantum groups that are more complicated than the one that I have shown you on the first few slides. And And one important instance of how these arise in mathematical physics is a theory called n is equal to 2 supersymmetric quantum field theory. Now, I have to tell you that this is not something that, anyone claims that is true of our physical reality. It is a mathematical theory that might explain how the universe works, but we're not saying it does. It is a very important theory in modeling the mathematics behind a physical reality, but whether it is physical reality or not, we cannot say yet. Now, what does this theory do? It lives on a space called a toric Calabi-Yau threefold. I'm not going to tell you what this is. It's quite it's a rather involved algebro-geometric notion, but if you've encountered the words Calabi-Yau, it's exactly that kind of space. It is a threefold, so it is a space which locally looks like three-dimensional complex vector space. So in terms of real dimension, it's a six-dimensional. And if you feel like we don't live in a six-dimensional reality, well, you're completely right. We don't see those Higgs dimensions, which is why I'm saying that I'm not claiming that this mathematical model is physical, but some people do claim that. Anyway, from a mathematical point of view, Calabi-Yau threefolds are very interesting. Just think of them as spaces which look locally like three-dimensional complex vector space. There is a process which as defined by Hanani and Weg, called the fast inverse algorithm, which allows you to take this Calabi-Yau threefold, which is a geometric space, and associate with a directed graph Q drawn on a torus. And this is really cool because you have something geometric, like a very, very involved geometry. And if you Google pictures of Calabi-Yau threefolds, you will notice that they're quite complicated. But you can take this rather complicated geometries and encode them in a graph drawn on a torus, which is a purely combinatorial object. And as an example, here is the graph drawn on a torus, which corresponds to the Calabi-Yau threefold, which is a C3. Three-dimensional complex vector space is a toric Calabi-Yau threefold. In a certain sense, it's the easiest one. And the directed graph Q associated with is this one here. So you might ask, well, where's the torus? I'm drawing my torus as a flat square. You can think of a torus as a square with the opposite edges identified. So the bottom and the top edge are identified, the left and the right edge are identified. So that means that all four vertices of this directed graph are actually one and the same vertex. And you will notice two things about this directed graph. It breaks up the torus into regions. One of them is blue and one of them is red. And the arrows go clockwise around the blue edges and counterclockwise around the red edges. And these are interesting combinatorial properties. It's a fact of this fast inverse algorithm that if you start with any toric Calabi-Yau threefold X, you will come up with a graph having these properties. One, it's drawn on a torus. Two, the faces of the graph are red and blue. Well, they can be colored in red and blue. Three, the edges go clockwise around the blue faces and counterclockwise around the red faces. So that's quite interesting. All right, so what do physicists want to do with these Calabi-Yau threefolds? Well, they want to define something that is called BPS states. And there are certain states in the Hilbert space of the n is equal to 2 supersymmetric quantum field theory. That is advanced stuff, which I'm not going to be able to define, but I will tell you that when x is equal to C3, the fundamental example that we've seen on the previous slide, a BPS state is the same thing as a three-dimensional partition. So this is a picture of a three-dimensional partition which I stole from Wikipedia. The idea is that you have 1 by 1 by 1 cube boxes which you stack in the corner of a room. And if you think about how do you stack boxes in the corner of a room and all the boxes are the same size, well, you want to stack them in a way which is optimal, meaning that all the boxes are maximally pushed into the walls of the room. So whenever you have a box, the space underneath it also has to be a box, the space to the left of it has to be a box, and the space behind it has to be a box. So that's how you define a three-dimensional partition. It's not just any set of 1 by 1 by 1 boxes, but 1 by 1 by 1 boxes which have the property that I just listed. In other words, if you think of gravity in the corner of this room as pulling everything toward the corner of the room, then a three-dimensional partition is a set of boxes which is stable under gravity. Anyway, so the point is that in the case of C3, a BPS state, which physicists want to understand, is the same thing as these very combinatorial three-dimensional partitions. Now, physicists, going one step further, they care about something called the BPS algebra. So what is the BPS algebra? It is an algebraic structure which acts on the vector space of BPS states. Now, this is exactly the same kind of action as we've already seen a few slides ago. A few slides ago, we had a quantum group which acted on n-dimensional vector space. This is the same kind of idea, but much more complicated, because the BPS algebra AX acts on the vector space, the infinite dimensional vector space of all of these three-dimensional partitions. And the way it acts is actually very, very pictorial. It acts either by adding boxes or removing boxes. Now, when you add a box to one of these partitions, you can't just add it anywhere. You have to add it in a place where it's allowed. I can't put a box somewhere far away because the whole diagram, the whole configuration has to be stable under gravity. So there are conditions to adding and removing boxes, and this makes the BPS algebra quite an interesting object. So this is what I want to study. The so-called BPS algebra X, which is associated to the Calabi-Yau threefold X, and it was defined in this setting by physicists Lee and Yamazaki and studied in papers with some of these other people afterwards. And this is quite a recent development. So this thing was first defined like 5 years ago. So this is cutting edge in terms of mathematical physics. All right, so this is the theorem which I want to show you, and then that'll be the end of my talk. So the authors that I mentioned on the previous slide, the people who defined this BPS algebra AX, they knew they were able to see the fact that it is generated by E's, F's, and H's, which are very similar to the ones for quantum groups. The only difference was they had before, for the quantum group, we had a single E, a single F, and a single H. Now we have lots of E's and lots of F's and lots of H's. Specifically, we have an E, an F, and an H for every choice of a vertex in the directed graph Q and integer D. So already we have many countable families of E, F's, and H generators. So you see that something that has this many generators is bound to be a complicated object and hence quite interesting to study. The physicists had worked out some of the relations between these generators. Now, if you remember what these relations were, when we talked about quantum groups here, we saw relations which are of this form, like EF minus FE is, some expression in terms of H's. For the BPS algebra AX, yeah, you have similar relations, but more complicated because you have a lot more generators. But one thing that had people working on this in physics did not know is if the relations they had found, by playing around with the formulas, are the complete set of relations between these generators in the algebra. And this is quite a mathematical question. So when a physicist writes a paper like this, and this is extremely valuable work, they rely on intuition to see patterns, to see formulas. They come up with methods of doing those, and they are absolutely stunning in their speed and depth, but they don't prove things. So then it falls to us mathematicians like myself to actually take her formulas and say, well, are these formulas necessary and sufficient? And all of these annoying things that had us mathematicians like to prove. So this is a theorem which I proved on this. Now, I proved a mathematical theorem based on this physics. The theorem says that beside all the relations that the physicists had worked out, and they worked out quite a lot of them, they were missing just two relations. And if you throw in those extra two relations, then you have a complete set of relations which completely defines these BPS algebras AX, giving you a full set of necessary and sufficient conditions. So from a mathematical point of view, this result is quite satisfactory. Now I'm saying two missing relations, well, two infinite families of missing relations. You have one relations per face of the graph Q. So I'm saying that let's take a face of the graph Q whose vertices are I1 through Ik, and per integer D. So for every face of the graph and for every integer, you write down one of these relations. It's a relation in terms of the E generators, a little bit complicated, I suppose, and with some explicit coefficients here that I don't want to write down because we don't have time. And this is the missing relation. You have one of these relations for the E's, another one of these relations for the F's, and that's all you need to completely describe this BPS algebra. So this is just one example of how algebraic methods like representation theory, the field I work in, can solve problems coming from mathematical physics to a mathematical degree of rigor. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. If there are any questions from the audience? I believe not. Thank you so much, Professor Negut. And now, if she is ready, Professor Dr. Marina Marchisio Conte, you are online with us? Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Yes. Welcome, Professor Marina Marchisio Conte is a full professor of mathematics education at the University of Turin and delegate of director for the development and promotion of the university digital education strategies. Her research is focused on digital education, in particular learning and teaching mathematics and scientific disciplines, with digital methodologies, innovative technologies, open education, and open educational resources. She coordinates the Delta research group of the University of Turin, and she is a member of the problem solving working groups of the Italian Ministry of Education, which involves more than 800 secondary schools, 2,000 teachers, and 30,000 students all over Italy. She is the president of the SUIS, the university school which takes care about education in security and defense area. And she is a coordinator of a PhD program in strategic sciences. Professor Conte, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you. Could you hear me? And could you
Yes,
read the slides?
Yes, we do. Yes, perfectly clear.
Okay. Good morning to everybody. And first of all, thank you very much to the organizer for the invitation. I'm so sorry I couldn't come to Bucharest. I stayed in the past at the Polytechnic of Bucharest, but in these days I am busy in Rome for the admission to the PhD program in defense and security. I'm the coordinator. I am going to speak about innovating mathematics, learning and teaching in security and defense area. Let me present my research group at University of Turin called the Delta Research Group. Delta means Digital Education for Learning and Teaching Advances. I'm going to give some example of mathematics in security and defense, methodologies taking in account digital education internationalization, and a few words about three experiences called DigiCode, BIP, DIMAS, but we are going to discover what these words means. Let me start to say that mathematics in this context is very important and can be characterized by three aspects. First of all, as a goal in itself, because it's very important to acquire knowledge in mathematics, but also as a tool. A tool means that I can apply mathematics in real problem of the insecurity and defense area. And third, but also very important, as a method. And as a method, I mean that understanding the theory and learning to apply it in various fields, it's important in order to foster the development of problem solving and also critical thinking skills, which are skills very, very important for officers, but also for civilians in security and defense area. Then it's important to reflect on the methodologies used in learning and teaching mathematics in this special area, and taking also into account digital methodologies, digital learning, and the increasing the very important process of internationalization. Let us see now some application of various branches of mathematics in security and defense settings. Just few examples in order to understand. For instance, game theory can be applied to model the progress of a battle according to the choice of the two contenders have interested to perform. Or another application is the balance of terror, where represented by the tensions, for instance, of the Cold War between the USA and the Soviet Union. But also the diplomatic actions can be modeled in terms of actors who are intelligent, rational, and decide according to what is convenient for them. Mathematics can play a role in several contexts. Also, for instance, in logistic thinks about optimization. In logistics, it's very useful when, for instance, equipment has to be transported by achieving the best outcome with minimal effort. Or, on the other hand, while planning an operation, it is pivotal to optimize, to use the resources in relation to the set goals, or the construction of military building, for example, such as a lighthouse capable to enlighten the largest possible area, can take advantage from optimization technique too. Combinatorics, another branch of mathematics, for example, for the scheduling of personal shift and cryptography technique to encode messages and communication to keep a secret. So codes, shifts, and last example, calculus. Think about the differential equations and for firepower modeling. So, I think that the mathematics, for many, we can say much more examples. If you think, for instance, about the pandemic, the model for pandemic, and so on. So mathematics is useful and it's important to teach, but in the new framework of, first of all, of digital education. And there are some very important European documents about digital education. Let me tell three of them. DigiCompedu, which is the European framework for the digital competencies of educators. Digital Education Action Plan 21-27, I say a few words about it in a moment, but also DigiComp Edu 2.2 of 2022, which provides a common language to identify and describe the key areas of digital competencies. And this new version, 2.2, is an updated version of 2.1 and contain also examples and remarks about generative artificial intelligence and the tools. The digital education plan instead sets out two strategic priorities, which are fostering the development of a high-performing digital education ecosystem in terms of infrastructure, digital skill, teacher training, high-quality contents like open education resources, but also enhances digital skills and competencies for the digital transformation. It's very important also in order to reduce the gender gap. To teach mathematics, it's necessary a fundamental ingredient. Which is this ingredient? It's important to have a digital learning environment. What is a digital learning environment? It's a learning ecosystem in which teaching, learning, and the development of competences are fostered in classroom-based or online or blended or hybrid settings. It is not important in which setting. It is composed by a human component. You can see in the center learning community, a technological component, and in the technological component, you have a learning management system, devices, smartphone, computer, tablet, what you want. Also system and tools for collecting data. It's very important. But then the interaction between the two components, it means through activities and resources. A digital learning environment is fundamental to new teaching and learning methods, but also for internationalization, but also for personalization, and allow to overcome the physical space-time limitation of the traditional classroom. For mathematics, a digital learning environment can integrate it with important tools such as an advanced computer environment and an automatic assessment system. What is an advanced computing environment? Is tools, and with it is possible to do numerical and symbolic computation, geometric visualization, to write a program in order to solve to solve the problem, to create interactive components, very important in order to learn mathematics. But also to have an advanced computing environment is a mathematical engine outside an automatic assessment system, which allow to prepare not only multiple choice, but questions for mathematics, with the open math answer, algorithm-based question, adaptive question that can give to the students immediate and also interactive feedback. There are many methodologies, but I can say that in order to innovate learning and teaching mathematics are very important, at least 4, especially in the context of a security defense area. I consider very important problem solving, collaborative learning, gamification, automatic format assessment. Of course, some of them are not new, but it's very important to use them using the new technology. Few words. For instance, problem solving involves students in identifying, analyzing, and resolving complex issues effectively and creatively. In the slide, you can use it paper, but also using, for instance, an advanced computer environment. In this case, the people are supposed to study a problem about an infection. This is very interesting. Collaborative learning. Socio-constructivist theories. Knowledge is actively and collaboratively constructed through social interaction. Students are considered as active builders of knowledge and not passive information receivers. And according to this perspective, learning and understanding emerge through active engagement with others, with the discussion, interaction, negotiation, problem-solving activities. And some pictures of activities that we done in Torino. Gamification means using game-like elements such as points, badges, leaderboards, storytelling, and rewards in non-game contests in order to motivate and engage users. So it means also in teaching and learning mathematics. And formative assessment. Formative assessment is very important. If I have a digital learning environment, I have an automatic assessment, so I can do automatic formative assessment. It means that you have in the slide 2 examples. One, for instance, about the cooling towers. You give a problem to the students. They are supposed to right answer, but if they are not able to solve these problems and to find the right answer, it starts a path step by step, giving automatic and interactive feedback, and this path allows the students to arrive to the answers. Teaching math now means also inside the internationalization. In particular, I want to remember that in November 2008, the European Ministers of Defense adopted the European Initiative, which is intended to strengthen the interoperability of the armed forces in the European members states and to promote the European security and defense culture through the enhancement of the exchange of young officers during the initial phase of their office training. And it was born this program called Emilio. Emilio means a European initiative to exchange of a young officer. And there are, inside Emilio, a lot of international common modules were organized. Some of them now are transformed and implemented in intensive program, but also for mathematics. And it means also to learn mathematics in an international context. Few words about experience. The first one is a European Erasmus Plus K Action 2 project DigiCode. I go directly in order to be shorter. The short name DigiCode means Digital Competencies for Improving Security and Defense Education. You can read the partners from Bulgaria, Italy, Poland, and Romania. And the main objectives were to foster the use of digital education in military academies, improve the security and defense education quality by using digital tools in the didactic activities. Well, inside this project, we organized in 2023 an international school in Turin with the 30 military and civilian students together, and they were supposed to work in a common scenario called security, to securing the transport of goods in the logistic field for military purposes. They were supposed to do some tasks. They were used mathematics in order to prepare, to model some problems connected to the military scenario, so logistic and cybersecurity and so on. And it was an incredible experience, very interesting. The teachers were just they gave some support, and they were facilitators. And what is interesting, that you can see some example of problem. This problem was connected to find the choice of a location of a sports center. But was interested in this slide, you can see that students passed from being moderately confident in their digital competencies before the school to have a strong confidence after the school. And it was very interesting. BIP. BIP means Blended Intensive Program. We organize in Torino, problem solving and critical thinking, 2 weeks online and 1 week in person. 43 military and civilian students from 6 different countries, also teachers from different European universities and military academies. The role of mathematics: learn how to develop models to problem resolution in social, economic, and logistic context. There were learning outcomes according to knowledge, skills, and responsibility and autonomy. And the main focus was problem solving and critical thinking. And what is interesting, that we use the digital learning environment in the online phase. You can see that there were 5 topics: optimization, for instance, strategic games, shift and code, reading data, and so on. But what was interesting, all activities were inside an immersive scenario. So it's not important to describe the scenario, but it was very important because we put some element of gamification, role play, storytelling, points, and so on. And they were supposed to solve problem in this humanitarian crisis. And each evening they were supposed to write a press release. They could also use software, also generative artificial intelligence tools, such as ChatGPT. And they were supposed also to they worked in groups. And also they were supposed to do a daily presentation, discuss the results with the other mates. At the end, evaluation, the students evaluated the BIP experience very positively. 5.4/6, and in the previous year, 2022, we did the same BIP, but without, for instance, the scenario, and they enjoyed the experience, but only 4.7 with respect 5.4, and also we made a comparison about the learning outcomes, and you can see that there is a difference also in the edition 2024, when we adopted also gamification and more common scenario and so on. A few words. In this period, there is another European Erasmus Plus project, K-Action 2, Digital Mathematics Applied in Defense and Security Education. The short name is DIMAS. You can read the partner from Bulgaria, Greece, Italy, Romania, Poland. We want to increase the interest in studying mathematics in security defense area and also provide more math problems and math application using digital tools. I invite you to answer to the server that you can use this barcode in order to reach the survey. We want to collect the opinion of students and teachers in the security defense area. But our idea is also to implement some activities, training activities for teachers, immersive international school for military and civilian students, and also to realize some open educational resources. Thank you very much for your patience and for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Pinto. If we have questions from the audience.
I am Marchisio Conte, not Pinto.
Yes, we have? No, we don't. Okay, then thank you so much. Thank you so much, Professor Pinto, and thank you, Marquis. Oh, sorry.
I am Marchisio Conte, not Pinto, sorry.
We had a problem with Professor Pinto, so it remained into my mind. Sorry, I will apologize. Yes, I have, yeah. Okay, if you have any questions, once again, from the audience. No. Okay, Professor Marchisio, thank you so much.
Thank you to you. I'm sorry, I couldn't come to Bucharest. I'm very sorry. Next time.
Next time we are waiting for you, of course. Yes, next year.
Thank you very
maybe.
much.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. And from the people in here present, I declare this session over. And I invite you to lunch, but I believe the lunch is not here, is in the library, maybe? Yeah, in the library at the 3rd floor. Yeah, and in the library at the 3rd floor. Thank you.